Hello, hello, chat. How you guys doing? General Kenobi. The I did see your hellos in chat. I know this is a weird time for us, but way earlier than I normally go live. But this is when I had time, so this is when we're streaming. How's everyone doing? My hope for today is that we will finish Case 4 of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, though. So that way we can get into the absolute bonker stuff of the next one. Good to hear, Bella. And Wolfie, I'm sorry that COVID is still hitting you hard. So yeah, we're going to be playing for like the next 4 hours. Ish. So hopefully that'll be enough time. And the bot cooperated. So we'll see. By the way, chat, we hit a pretty big milestone over the weekend while I was not online. We have cleared 2,100 followers on Twitch. That's pretty pog. That's pretty hype. We've also happened to clear 19,000 views, which means 19,000 times someone has loaded into a stream or clicked on a VOD. That's pretty hype. Just saying. Now we just gotta keep pushing. See if we can get to those, 2,500 followers. And 20,000 views. Spread the word. Get more people. We have chill streams and also, shenanigans. Lots of shenanigans going on today. Because, chat, some of y'all haven't seen this yet. Will I ever play RDR2? I will eventually play RDR2. There is just this teeny tiny small itty bitty problem of that they keep releasing new video games. Not too many shinies in this one, Wolfie. We're actually pretty... it's pretty linear, not a lot of room for shiny collecting. But, lots more of me attempting to do voice acting, which is the same difference. I know, right? But how could they release new games? How dare they do that? There's this little one called Elden Ring that's on the docket. Along with, like, literally everyone else on the internet playing that video game. Yeah. We'll be starting that up next week? I hope next week. We'll see for sure, depending on whether or not I get tired of Dawn of Ragnarok this weekend. I think we'll probably run out of things to say partway through that stream, so that's exciting. Oh, and Niram, with a teeny tiny raid. Party at 2. Welcome. Heyo, Yorm, good to see you. We have more voice acting. More Herlock Sholmes, and more Natsume Soseki. I think we'll actually meet Wagahai this time, too. It's gonna be a good time. There'll be I promise, a cat in this stream. Okay? I promise a cat. And that'll have to do for shinies. Anyway. And this dude with 2 more gifted subs. You've been popping off lately. It looks as though the police are still here carrying on with their investigation. Perfect! So, let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Have I seen Holy Grail? Of course I've seen Holy Grail. Holy Grail is one of the 2 good medieval movies. Oh yes, I am on tiny screen. Let's fix that. The power of big screen. A Knight's Tale is the other good medieval movie. But, Terry Jones was a respected Chaucer scholar. Everyone loved him. Everyone loved Terry Jones. He did good scholarship. He gave a keynote at the International Medieval Congress in Leeds one year. He knew his stuff. And he parodied it masterfully. So it is good. This is 3D, Yorm. This is I guess technically it's since Dual Destinies, Ace Attorney has been 3D. This is by far the nicest looking 3D Ace Attorney has been. Exactly. Well, I wouldn't call it all that accurate for costuming. It's a bit euchronistic, but it's good for the humor. It's good for it gets the sense of humor more right, because medieval people were genuinely very funny, bit off kilter, but genuinely very funny, and found everything funny. And Holy Grail does that when no one else does. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Hello, Gregson. Oh, I am so excited for you to see what Sherlock Holmes is going to do this episode. Hello, Gregson. I have a suggestion for you. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you, as a present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here, at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Ah, don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is. This man's face is like a cucumber. You are correct. He do have a face, the complete lack of chin. He gets paid royalties. An appearance fee? Oh, I see you mean. That's right. For the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Also, using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know, then? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Yes. Hello? Ah, yes. Good to see you again, my friend. Glad you can make it. Yes, he has the Infinicode. The newspaper is the Infinicode of fish and chips. And chat, remember, no spoilers. Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsuma's lodgings. Oh, the little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. Well, first of all, that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. Unlucky. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garridip. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Grayson sends his very best wishes. No, Cossack, John Wilson... John Wilson does appear to be Iris's dad. At least, certainly, Ryunosuke thinks so. And is like, oh, shit. Yes, exactly. In the Japanese version, they do not take the Arsène Lupin way out, and they just say it's Sherlock Holmes and John Watson. And John Watson gets murdered in the very first case. Oops. And yes, Raps, I also wish for the extremely infinite fish and chips. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely! Let's go! I bet we will find... a really... Oh wait, we're all going up to the top floor first. Fine, fine. We get to meet John Garadeb first. May I help you? Oh, yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Mr. Sato? That was a real-life English maid. I know, as I understand it, anyone standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It really certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way. Would UK individuals be able to get the grasp on Japanese names the first time meeting? I mean... probably? So, I mean, the game certainly does a little bit of an elision to make it simpler, right? In that they are being very careful to use the... in the English localization, they're being careful to use the English order of things. That is to say, first name, last name. So, instead of Naruhodo Ryunosuke, which, or, you know, Natsume Sosuke, the thing is Ryunosuke Naruhodo and Sosuke Natsume. That would certainly help, but by and large, I think it would probably depend on whether or not the person was actually cared to try, as whether they'd get the name. There's nothing in Japanese phonetics that is unbelievably difficult, even though my accent is bad at it. You know. This is a wee bit Occidentalist, but it's Occidentalist in a way that gets perpetually undercut. But let's just take a look at this disaster of a room. God, this room is great. That man looks like he could stab you in 2 places with his hair. You're not wrong. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garadeb. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Oh, there's a copy of Rand's magazine here, I see. Mr. Garadeb enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. This is fine. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though. I don't think... not much better than rags, really. Oh? All about ceremonial garb and me retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. We've gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and is showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. Why would you stir with your pipe? What, that old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the General would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look, let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honors that even I could be in line for. Ryunosuke, don't rouse yourself. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Is it? Is it though? Is it really? Is it really? Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here there? Oh, those are things. A couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know? We had a bit of a colourful regiment folklore that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. You never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what exactly? Yes, well. Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting. Oh no! I shedded here since 1869 before then, you know? Maybe reconsider throwing them away. He's also a Sherlock Holmes reference. Let me look up which story he's from. I want to say he's yellow. Oh, Adventure of the Three Gyarados. Well, that's helpful. That's helpful. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shells seem to be broken, and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces! It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that shine away justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it? Yes, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. Yes! Well, what's going on here then? Was anyone talking to the Moon Man and Sun Lady? We sure do be. We sure do be. And yes, fine, we'll mention the cannon. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my! It's real! I thought it might be a replica! An old thing? Bah, that's little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Is it though? Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Gyardeb? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Drawing them over the barrel, you see. We dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. See, I would use it to properly play the 1812 overture. This is the way. The portrait of Mr. Gyardeb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Gyardeb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Oh yes, they seem to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seem to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went into selling something and came out with that thing. Point of fact, now I think about it, I often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Susato-san doesn't pull her punches. Or her throws, for that matter. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What'd be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem! Ahem! Maybe let's not, Mr. Zato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem! Ahem! Oh, cakes. Tchaikovsky, always, yes. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? It looks like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garradeb's custom to take 2 cakes with tea. That sounds delightful. Oh. Wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garradeb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh jeez, 11 months at Tier 1. Hello. Welcome. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Enjoy the content mines of Final Fantasy XIV. Please. But yes, this case is great. This case is dumb, but this case is great. I do love it dearly. Well, the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner will go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely these two would have seen anything of the incident, then. Well, I think we've examined everything there is to examine. Certainly something tragic has happened here. But, let us talk. Good day to you. John Garradeb at your service. Good evening, Dildrum. Good to see you. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? And a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Hand over the reins to the up-and-comings. So, he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the 2nd floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garradeb, no doubt you are very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Ah, it was nothing. The medal was just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the General, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it all, woman, be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hat. I shall be more careful, sir. Ooh, that sounds very tasty. Dildrum notes that there are actually uses for stale cakes and other pastries, so that there are almond croissants by moistening, then unrolling the previous day's croissants, and then filling them with almond paste, re-rolling, and heating. M-A-I-W-A-N-D. That's the name of the battle he mentioned. Let's see. It is a real battle. Oh, good. It was in Afghanistan. That is the one Watson got injured in. Yes. So, that's actually a historical battle, took place in about 1880, actually, in exactly 1880. And was part of the British-Afghan Wars. The British forces lost. And it is important for Sherlock Holmes lore because that's how Watson gets injured. Yes. And it makes sense. Garradeb said he will start service in 1860. Well, that he hadn't cried since 1867. So, presumably in service since roughly then. But yes, Good. And Niram hopefully points out that the sword is still plausible, because even though it's a pipe-backed cavalry saber, or pipe-backed saber, it was in use until 1897. So, pretty much spot on for a retired soldier, being kind of 15 years previous, right? Roughly 15 years before the vague chronology of the game. So this all slightly aged thing, that just fell out of use, makes sense. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the trap lodging downstairs. Is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only two, please, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. Though this case is very much in the public eye so far. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know. In this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of France magazine here, so... no. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Sasuke-san's room. I mean, there is a treaty. It is called a Treaty of Friendship. It's not exactly the most balanced treaty on the world, but it is a treaty of sorts. It is an alliance of sorts. But yes, do not believe him that he doesn't know who Sherlock Holmes is. Everyone knows who Sherlock Holmes is. It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching his curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsume. About Mr. Natsume, then, Mr. Garrett, please do tell us. Ah, yes. Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So we moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodges most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. There's been... Yeah! Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful! Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. I know, right, Blues? It's the thing I love about this game so much, right? You're shocked by how much of the background stuff is historical? It's the thing I love so much, and that's kind of the point of this playthrough, right? This game takes a very strange approach to constructing a historical feeling scape to play around it, right? I mean, it's satirizing both Meiji perceptions of England, English legal systems, corruption, vampires, Victorian, the entire Victorian steampunk thing, and yet they did a frankly obscene amount of research on the visual references for background details. For a silly game featuring Sherlock Holmes. The prosecutor for this case is a vampire, Yorm. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. He wears a cape all the time. He's a vampire. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh, yes indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Do you notice anything at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Oh god. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room.
Absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single little visitor call. He just trots off to the old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night, but I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Ah. Hello, Parisian. Please enjoy lurking. What was the Meiji view of England in summary? Powerful but crazy and bizarre? More like, wow, they're so cool. Right, powerful, yes. Dominatingly powerful. But England is the empire to look up to, and if you wanted to be respected, you emulated England. Especially with the imperialism bits. Japan didn't really have a great sense on how to do imperialism. We talked about this with the Legend of Tianding streams. They didn't really know what to do with colonies, but they sure as heck wanted them because the British had them, and that you become a respected and equal world power by adopting all the fanciest stuff, and that means, at least according to the game's argument, and that really one backed up, I think, reasonably well in historical reality, is that means they're trying to emulate the British Empire. It's also super cool, right? We're gonna talk more about this in a little bit, though. You know, I was hoping in the intervening time to be able to actually, like, you know, take a look at Wagahai wa Neko de Aru, Sasuke Natsume's most famous book. I didn't get around to that, but you know, we can take a look at it together then on stream if we have time. Thank you, Dragon Wolf, for lurking. I appreciate it. I appreciate the lurk. But I mean, it is definitely. I know it is making fun of Meiji perception or Meiji attempts at adopting Western culture, and is quite great. So you know, I Am a Cat. Yes. What a good name for a book. I Am a Cat. So you know, but right, that means that right is really indicative of the space in which this game is operating. That they made one of the defendants, Sasuke Natsume, who most famously satirizes Japan's obsession with the West, and it puts the case in London with a Japanese lawyer on an exchange program. Right, it is really quite indicative of the secondary current of the game, with the dominant current being Sherlock Holmes. The second current is I Am a Cat, in terms of what media is it borrowing from. So, you know. Wagahai would later be used for talking cats like Morgana from Persona. We also will get to meet a cat named Wagahai in this game pretty soon. He's adorable. Animals in this game are so cute.
Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? Do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I understand that neither of the lodges live on this floor of the house, is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and street level.
Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
Ah! Good grief, Sharon. Be more careful, woman.
Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Something doesn't add up here. Oh good, AC quotes the opening of the book for us. I am a cat. As yet, I have no name. I have no idea where I was born. All I remember is that I was meowing in a dampish dark place when for the first time I saw a human being. This human being I heard afterwards was a member of the most ferocious human species, a shosei, one of those students who in return for board and lodging perform small, choice chores about the house. Made sus. Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window at around that time? A window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? Look, no major server would ever spill this much tea by accident. 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrett household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir, it would have been dusk outside already at that hour, and with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Yes, the quote I read out is the opening lines of Sosuke Natsume's Waga Hawa Nekoda Aru. Or, I am a cat. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Well, we need to take on the author. He's the defendant in this case. We're going to see him so much. He's going to alliterate so dramatically at us. Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well. Yes? Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time here, that... Ah! For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing. Dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. This is the 5th time you have said to be careful in the last 10 minutes. If I might ask, Narrow Hollow. Yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Really? Mr. Garnab? The way you were talking before sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Ah! Joan, dash it all, what's the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir? Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garnab. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the 1st floor. And Mr. Jones is investigating there even as we speak? Yes. Told me Natsu's name had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Jones' service? That's a way to lie. Well, alright if we also had a look around. In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just now one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Jones again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Well, fair enough. Nay. A new location has been added. Oh boy, more shoals. Who's ready? Wahagi! 19th of February. Mr. Natsume's room. Look at him! What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Pain. Firstly, the word is pain. Secondly, the word is cat. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. If I had to sort that stuff for evidence, I would lose my mind and soul. Indeed. Honestly. Pain. Pain, 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 pain. Pain. We were in a library earlier. I think this is more books than in... I think this might be more books than in Strongheart's library.
It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar.
When was it abolished? That's what I care about. I know when it was established. When was it abolished? 1851. Amazing. I am in no way biased as a cat owner, but Wagahai is a good kitty. Wagahai is a good kitty. By all metrics, Wagahai is a good kitty.
So, this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrett told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating.
Pet cat. Meow. Big stretch. Oh, big stretch.
Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor meerkat, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days.
Yeah, but it was 2 months of travel before then. Yes. They did fail. I had to save Susato and Ryanosuke because they completely failed to say, oh, big stretch. It is a law that when a cat has a big stretch, you must say, oh, big stretch. And that was clearly a big stretch from Wagahai. Is the author ghostwriting for the cat? Well, I don't know that the author is not ghostwriting for the cat. Though I think at this point he's more ghost reading for the cat. He doesn't become a famous author till after his study tour in Great Britain, which he hated. But he will ghostwrite for the cat. See, by the power of time dilation, we have solved all problems.
Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So...
sorry. For some reason, voice acting makes me yawn. I think something about Ryanosuke's accent.
So, really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately break it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah, perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on in a fit of whimsy. Yeah, that's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying.
I mean, he wasn't historically branded a criminal while he was studying here in... But he did hate it so much that he did send a blank sheet of paper as a report to the Japanese government. Ooh, that's a real thing that the real Sosuke Natsume did. The absolute Chad.
Oh, look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Manaki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Dorime doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things! I didn't say a word! Why am I such a giveaway?
It is a good question. Literally everyone can read Ryunosuke's mind all the time.
Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach to the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
Pain. You know, Chad. Here's the thing. If books smell musty, this is a bad sign. Y'all should be worried if your old books smell musty, because it could be. Best case scenario, it is that the adhesive is a wee bit toxic and is decaying. Sorry, did I say worst case? I think that's. I meant to say best case. Regardless of what I said earlier, best case scenario is that the adhesive is starting to decay. Second best case scenario, it's something known as foxing, which is this like red mold that spreads inside old paper, but is generally harmless. It's just color better. It just changes the color. Worst case scenario, it means that there is active mold growing and you are going to be poisoned by mold. The preservation management of this collection is rubbish, and you should feel bad about it. Don't forget the kerosene flame and the candle. Two, and the pen. Three, and the water, and the stovetop for boiling the kettle. That makes four sources of heat, with which to light the whole thing on fire. Yep, I mean I've got a 2-volume over there. That's actually. I wonder if I can show that you guys. Give me just let me just show you guys. I've got old books. I've got books from the period that I can use as examples. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna hold things up to the camera and see if it works. So here's the book I'm using. It's a translation of a medieval annal from 1853. It's an 1853 translation. So, right in period, right in line with all of these books. Flip all the way over into the back. Actually, I may have grabbed the wrong volume. I may have grabbed the volume that's in better condition. Oh, I super did. That's alright. You can see it on the splash page. I don't know if you'll actually be able to see these, but somewhere on the page, you should see little red dots on it. Like, right where my finger is, you should be able to see one. That's what's known as foxing. It is some kind of mold. It's not totally understood in preservation management, but seems to be mostly cosmetic damage rather than something that actually spreads dangerously. I've got better examples on the other volume. Let me grab it. All of that staining. All of that staining is foxing. Well, yeah, actually, all of that is foxing. Yeah, I thought for a moment one of those I may actually wanted to revise that to say that one of those was just a stain, but no, it was all mold. It's a type of mold inside of it, so it is what it is. You can't do anything about it, so just try and keep them in decent condition. You have a 1918 brewing manual that's entirely that. Oh dear. It does eventually deteriorate the ink as well, so best thing you want to do on that is you're going to want to make sure that's in an acid-free folder, and kept in low humidity. Past that, that's about all you can do about it. It shouldn't spread because it's largely not, it's not a particularly active type of mold, so it's not something to super worry about. You know, things you learn from that book. People did actually know how to make decent alcohol. True. I mean, that seems like it's a given. But I suppose the thing people tend to forget is that most people suck at brewing, until very recently. Like, people are like, oh, I want to try historical beers. And there's a handful that are good, but for the most part, they're bad. It turns out, being able to actually look at what the chemical reaction going on is makes things better. Something like the advancements in chemistry are good for everyone. I don't know. Anyway, back to the game. Having now digressed into the fact that this collection is definitely mildewing and might have even worse types of mold growing on it, back to the game.
With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? And no, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Hey, Rinazge, don't say something so cringe in front of this audience.
Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy.
But, yes, this is bad. This is all bad. Hey, look. What's the suspicious thing on the desk?
That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in a terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
The second-hand book receipt has been entered into the court record. Well, that's helpful.
Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled out all over them. In English. It looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Well, deeply averse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth.
Well, hello there.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes!
You two! Good day! Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we're together on the SS Buria!
Yes, of course, the Buria. Let me see. What happened on the voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. Woohoo!
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Sholmes. This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madame, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato.
I love him so much! Sherlock Sholmes stands only in the chat.
try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes?
At least the first round. Ah, yes, the brain addict of the Mind Palace. Exactly, you understand.
In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whizzed me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short of an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of new cases dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain addict has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madame, I shall be only too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Sosuke Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
Exactly, right? As you point out, this dude, in his study in Scarlet, which I can't believe they got away with mentioning by name, by the way. Shoutouts to copyright for apparently Study in Scarlet being in public domain already. But they, in that, Watson is staggered to learn that Sherlock Holmes does not know that the Earth revolves around the sun and how many planets there are. And he says, that's not important information, why would I care to know that? To which Watson goes, what? And then proceeds to ask him questions about literally everything in order to figure out the extent of his knowledge. And then provides a list of what he knows and what he doesn't. Hint, anything unrelated to criminal cases and or the navigation of London based on its dirt, poor to miserable.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe I was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you that I have no recollection of accusing your stupid compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request to me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So, you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you, but it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I'm a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear.
Oh, I do love him.
Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings?
Bibliophilia is a good word. I prefer if we stuck all the way to the Latin of bibliophilia. But you know, we can take the Anglicization of bibliophilia. We can do that.
Yes, Mr. Garadab, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services, and it was the first time I've ever met a maid from a great British institution that is... service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken the social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadab. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. Thoroughly lost on what he means to say. I love it. I love this. Right, we're starting to see glimpses of Sherlock Holmes being actually very good at his job, and in a way that is very honest to these Sherlock Holmes stories. Because Sherlock Holmes is always happy to explain his thought process, even throughout, and admit where he doesn't know yet. Be like, what was that about? I was like, I don't know. I have a hunch. There's something going on here I don't know yet. Let's investigate. It'll be fun. And it only occasionally puts Watson in mortal danger. And then there's ones like Red-Headed League where, Holmes just does stuff and then explains it all at the end. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man who's modest to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Nelson has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely, not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favour with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result, so some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. Chat! This gives us an almost exact year. Chat. This gives us an almost exact year. Guess what year it gives us? No cheating, Niram. No cheating. 1902? We've got one guess for 1902. 1905? Come on, chat, get your guesses in. Let's go. 1890? 1887.
The answer is 1891. Good job, Barry Mike. You got it. Close enough. So, William III is the one who introduces the window tax in 1697, and this is quite literally what it says. Tax value is based on the number of windows a property has. So, obviously, houses trying to minimize tax burden after that time just did not build windows. New constructions just like, nope, no windows here. But older constructions, or constructions that started off wealthy and then downgraded, or the owners decreased in social standing, they were forced to board up. Like this. It was repealed in 1851 after a significant lobbying effort led by the medical profession to go, Jesus Christ, the vitamin D deficiency. I mean, also something miasma theories of disease, right? Because in 1851, germ theory has not really developed yet. So there's the actual lobbying is that closing off these windows and cutting off air circulation creates an oppressive miasma that is bad for the health. The only problem here is that this puts us solidly 15 years off of when Sosky Natsume is in London. But yeah, right, I mean, 51 is when the window tax is repealed. 54 is the Great Exhibition with the Crystal Palace. And in this, I believe around 1960 is when the Great Stink happens, and then the cholera epidemic, I believe. Let me confirm that. Nope, earlier. It happened earlier. When is it? Come on. 1854. Sorry. 1854 is the cholera epidemic. So 1851 window tax gets removed. 1854 is the cholera epidemic that leads to the really the proliferation of public health based on germ theory rather than on miasma theory. So yes, once again, Raptorus, I am hitting you with the timeline of Great Ace Attorney, which is confused screaming. Because there's nothing here. I've got nothing. Because this says 1891-ish. Sosuke Natsume leaves London in 1906. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation is 1894. And the narration at various points of the game has said the turn of the 20th century. Yeah, but if he had said 50 years or thereabouts, Kosek, I wouldn't have a problem. The problem is he says 40 years or thereabouts, which puts us in the 1880s, 1890s. Great for Sherlock Holmes stories, terrible for the time period proposed by the game. I think it makes the most sense to say the game takes place in approximately 1901, but realistically, the exact year doesn't matter. The point is that it is outlining a roughly 20-year chunk within which you can say it takes place. And that 20-year chunk is in some way significant. We shall continue to look for more clues. This is why we're doing a full playthrough, Niram, because there is a point where it has a newspaper in Great Ace Attorney Resolve. That newspaper will cause me great pain. I will get to it in like about a month, probably? I don't know, it depends on how long I stream for, I guess. It also depends on how fast I get through and how often I get sidetracked talking about books. And chronology. And stuff. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Ouch. Blues, you don't have to call me out like this. I gave you an estimate in the hopes that you would be gracious to me.
Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Notsma only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Still, that is of little relevance here, and not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remember that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsuma, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe my clients, to trust in their innocence?
Yes.
Trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsuma didn't do it, did he?
My dear fellow, I hadn't the first idea!
Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate?
Yes, that was indeed my initial intention. There are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them.
I see. Nevertheless, there are 2 facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I can't say with any certainty whether or not it's of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Gadab is. Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he?
I mean, Kozak, you're correct. Your client's guilt or innocence is largely irrelevant to the job of an attorney. You are correct, but this franchise doesn't believe in that. This franchise insists on literally zero evidence that the primary job of an attorney and the primary weapon of an attorney is to believe in your clients for no discernible reason. And by and large it works out, by the power of anime.
Anyway, at present that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsuma's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not.
Well, you're talking about it, and this is a linear game. So, yes. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Going to be real, I hope Sholmes is called as a witness or an expert. Of course he isn't. He's an amateur. A rank, filthy amateur at that. So, no. Except for when he is. Not this case, though. But others. God, Chat, if you have played this game all the way to the end, you know how excited I am. If you haven't, just know you have truly the most magnificent thing in the world to look forward to.
A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room.
Well, hello there. Goodbye. Ah, you pal again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there?
Mr. Elections?
Oh yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Well, Mr. Jones is in his element down there.
Jolly good show. I will rip his stuff in court apart then, although trying to give evidence in court and it's not fun and no Sholmes would be having fun. ah, ah. I really wish we could just skip to it.
Another cup of tea.
If you please, Sharon. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bally well doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Yes, of course. Rightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gerdeb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging.
Well, well, well. Who do we have here? Well, hello there.
What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes?
Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows! A singular shoal! Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Hello, Sholmes, sir, at your service.
Whatever are you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madame. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. Still, I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Ugh. Well, keep an eye on one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Me?
I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind.
Wait, he's not talking about... Is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo?
I think so.
There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark.
Yes.
Mr. Gerdep, though it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you.
Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on.
How could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire?
The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning,
I am the king of beasts.
And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed.
So, shall we begin?
Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Nature of the Beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best, a fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet, living with such wild beasts proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Wow! Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Very protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrett, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. The trauma chat? I'm having turnabout big top flashbacks. Help. Help me. Anything but turnabout big top. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I've made my point. No help here. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. I'm being reminded of the fact that at one point owning a lion was perfectly legal in the UK. Fabulous. Just one tiny itty bitty smidge of a problem. There are no lions in India. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. No help, only burgers? Yeah, no, near them. There were. I don't think there even have like historically been lions in India. I'm not as confident on that, whether there might be like prehistoric lions in India, but I'm like 85% sure that there have never ever been lions in India. Big top burgers. Okay, but burgers are also a reference to Justice for All. Because Maya Fey freaking loves her burgers. Totally burgers, we promise. Definitely not miso. What? No. Who would ever translate miso as burger? Japanifornia intensifies. Yeah, this dude. There would be tigers there, but a tiger is not a lion. Now, Mr. Garrett, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that live pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I'd simply... But what we must ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household.
Yorm, that gets you a bonk. That gets you a bonk or a horny jail.
And so you had no choice but to let it go.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Now, in your final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madame, I'm afraid it was you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wondering eyes held upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Ah. There's no creature more dangerous on earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake?
It was not said by a certain noblewoman. Marie Antoinette did not say that.
Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure you know spell the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of the lion I once saw in India. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle.
Ah! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Mr. Schultz, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again. Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrett and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity. But irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British, they are fueled with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Can confirm. Can confirm. God, this is my third time seeing this, and I cannot keep a straight face through that line. Regardless of what I try, all three times I have just giggle fitted
Oh! What a glorious notion!
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling this was coming. Slight massage, that's all Mr. Jones's deductions need. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again from the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Let's try this again, right? Rampaging Asiatic liar. Something like a great detective to see. Blah blah blah. Yes, Sholmes, I understand. I understand. What form? You glance this way, and your furtive glance leads us directly to the answer. No, I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrett's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So, what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garrett's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Well, hello.
What's this photograph? It appears from Mr. Garrett's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, unfortunately, something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply here.
So am I to believe that every living thing that sets foot on British soil is given to imperialism and to you? Correct! You understand perfectly. You should know. If I remember right, you live in the UK, right? So you should know. This is just fact. Strictly rigid historical fact.
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrett. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed. Surely anyone with such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Nah, honored might be stretching a point.
Too late. The fact remains that this beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrett.
Nah. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Yes, yes, yes. Not quite. Hey, Ryunosuke realized the mistake. Ryunosuke realized the mistake before it was too late. Well, scratch that. 17 seconds after it was too late. Sherlock Holmes does not give a fuck.
The poor fragile defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Jones is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garrett anywhere. But it seems like maybe a clue as to where they're about. A clue that this maid is trying to hide.
Well, hello.
Take that!
By this woman? Yes, absolutely.
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away.
For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrett's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garadeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my word! You redeem a nitpick. Wow, jolly fine detecting, sir. I mean, apart from the sheer stupidity that is an Indian lion, the posing is so good. The posing is so great. But, if I had to nitpick something here, is that I find the idea of attempting to make yourself middle class by making your wife masquerade as a maid, culturally inept. While in a poor household, in the Victorian period, a wife would basically do all of the chores, pretty much all of them. She'd fill the role of a maid anyway. Being masquerading as a widower and or a retired bachelor, it probably screws over your social standing even more than failing to have a maid. Right, certainly for someone with a distinguished military career who has decided to settle down, yeah, that's not great. The other nitpick I would have here is that Mrs. Hudson is not mentioned in this game at any point, which makes Sherlock Holmes solidly confusing on the class register established by the game, because he has no maid. There are no servants in the flat, and that is as expected. Mrs. Hudson fills that role in the stories, but in the context of the game's framing, it makes Sherlock Holmes lower class, but also hosting the King of Bohemia. Am I real sure about that? No. not even good. But that is some quality nitpicking out of there. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes. My child. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally corker back. Ow! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man is a pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. Also, cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. This is how they get around it, by just saying, Sherlock Holmes does not give a fuck. You mean Mr. Garadeb has his wife work as his maid? He would have a pension. It's just that the pension is rather rubbish. Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garadeb? And a compliment. I mean, like, literally everything else about this scene is a compliment. The amount of just really minute detail that they're doing here to create not just a historically plausible, though awfully extravagantly decorated apartment space, and then furthermore set a extravagant and a possible set of Sherlock Holmes characters is dead on the money. They are so good at emulating Sherlock Holmes stories with the dial turned up to 11. They are so fucking good at it. And now an ice cold take. The... Let me think on that a bit. Only in company, obviously, but listen here, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret. Please.
I think my ice cold take is that being a widow, well, no, being a widower with a maid would be a higher class than having a being married, or being a widower with a maid would be higher class than being married with no maid, which would be higher class than being unmarried, a confirmed bachelor. Let that be code for a variety of things, including asexuality and homoromanticism, and basically all forms of homoromantic or aromantic queerness. Or just bad luck. For all that big umbrella of all of the above, being a confirmed bachelor with a maid is still pretty low class in Victorian society. That is my ice cold take. So, but since he's a widower, he gets around, or since he's playing to be a widower, he gets around that, I guess. I think. The social strata in Victorian England is not my expertise, not even a little bit. I am not super confident in those readings, but that's my understanding of it. So take that with the appropriate amount of salt. And if you disagree, do let me know. Now, Mr. Garrett. Uh-huh. 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 Uh-huh.
Mr. Schultz is quite something. He is still calling Mr. Gaidab's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman that feels rather, uncomfortable.
Susato is based.
But Mrs. Gaidab is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps the supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gaidab's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify?
Take that!
Pain.
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek.
Now, Niram, you're treading on awfully fine bonkage territory. Pygmalion would like several words with you at the same time.
And of course the deliverer of that impressive effort mark who refuses to fade was you, Miss Madame Joan Garrett. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ugh.
Blues, that's not a question. If there is even the slightest hint, engage in maximum bonkage. We take a zero tolerance policy when it comes to matters worthy of bonking.
How the blazes? How do you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now,
let's proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must tell what caused Madame Garrett to fly into a rage.
and we need only follow the direction of your gauge to find the answer.
Blues. Save your Shakespearean for Resolve Case 2. Don't worry. I've got you covered. Resolve Case 2 in a few weeks will have you more than covered for, everything Shakespearean? Also, Shams period. Romeo and Juliet wouldn't hurt for that case.
Didn't Mr. Sean say that the bills were off the line, Father? Yes, but now we've established the line never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up her food was Mr. Gyarados. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why do I want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder?
The wholesomeness of their relationship.
I'd love to know the answer to that question. Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Gyarados is clearly an avid reader. Wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature there. Lip marks, made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note.
Wow. Ruined a plate, and another plate. And then the bills. Random stack of books. Yeah, I think the obvious answer is this very suspicious love note to James, not John. Chat, this is itself a reference. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was not the greatest at writing continuity. That's being generous. He was quite rubbish at it, if we're being honest. So there are several cases in several Sherlock Holmes stories in which John Watson is named James Watson. They are referencing this by saying, "Oh yes, look at this love note to James, when the person with the book is John Gyarados." Oh yeah, no, Conan Doyle did not give a shit, but he was he was very bad at it. Regardless of whether one is trying, he failed spectacularly. Oh, Sherlock Holmes is still fantastic. It's just that the author of Sherlock Holmes is so intensely roastable. No, this dude, that's the conservationist. That's someone completely unrelated to Sherlock Holmes. John James is someone else. Now, I have strong feelings about John James, too. Mr. Audubon. Mr. I'm going to murder birds in order to draw them in order to get people to pay attention to stop murdering the birds.
Yes, it is the love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer.
Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Also, Mary is Watson's wife in the Sherlock Holmes stories.
Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary.
I will endlessly roast Doyle for being fooled by paper cutout fairies. Exactly! I will forever roast Sir Arthur Conan Doyle for being fooled by a very obvious paper cutout photograph of some paper cutouts being stood up in the garden. It's so funny. It's so unbelievably funny.
Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here.
Ah!
But I don't know the Ballywoman.
You don't know her?
That note wasn't written to me. I was just in the book. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there.
It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying! Ah!
A likely story. Now listen here, journal thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean?
That's right, that's what I've been saying! Ah!
A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John.
A likely story. Are you questioning my name now?
And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart and you release a beast with the most ferocious bite.
Now. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. You should stitch that carpet together. Not quite.
But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. Doesn't seem to be any doubt. The state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mrs. Jones's deduction that we need to fix. We'd only follow Mrs. Garrett's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see.
Is this? It is this? Is this? Those are the only options. The cakes, the circus handbell, or the candlestick.
Take that!
Drop the candles. You gotta do one. As you can see, there are only 2 candles on the candlestick holder.
Yes, to explain the dark state of the carpet, we can only look at the candlestick.
Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth.
Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible.
Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away.
The scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation.
Mrs. Garrett's mighty arm wrestles left an impression not only on her husband's face,
but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder, and in seconds the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room was in flames.
yes,
For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok.
Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So, you see, there's but one conclusion here. I don't know, Blues. I don't really know the difference. I think, yes, technically it's a candelabra because it's got multiple candles on it, but I don't care enough to keep track of the difference between a candlestick or a candelabra. I can't afford either of them. Also, my lease doesn't let me have open flames, which don't shush. Shush.
After the scenes of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire.
No, his strikes are just so strong that they cause cavitation, and that collapsing causes a sudden burst of heat. Rolled.
Deduction complete.
The candelabra is or singular candelabrum, are the 3 arms one as they have branches. Okay. Everything's dashed long winter nights, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner, but all my old novels there.
And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
No, admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly not described. Ah! Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Right to say it was. I didn't blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. What sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being.
Over here, Mr. Gardup. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me.
He just really likes the taste of burnt tobacco in his tea. Apparently. Like the man's hand, leg, bathrobe, literally no skin left on them. Yeah, the man is in hospital with at least second-degree burns on the rig. All my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke.
Gosh.
I know why I started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
That was I, back up against the window under every enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, also my favourite. Book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride? Oh yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you, the title didn't
Influenced my choice in the slightest.
Yes, it did.
So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Schultz's deductions turned out to be correct once again.
It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in full feather.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Oh, not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think?
So, at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
If it was terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The old blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Really? Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you?
Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Gardeb's situation now. But what does that have to do with Mr. Natsuma's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset.
I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something,
I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not.
I just knew you were going to say that.
No, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind, all things fall into only one of 2 categories. Those relevant to the case, and those not. You think Shul's made up the lion thing partly because the maid headdress does look like a mane? I think you would be correct, Grand Chicken Lord. I think you would be absolutely on the money that Mr. Sholmes made up the lion thing on purpose. That Mr. Sholmes just makes it so Ryunosuke would help in some way because it's more fun. You're not wrong. There is one case where I'm going to intentionally throw for content. Because it'll be excellent.
That makes no sense to me.
Well, no matter.
It's of far greater importance that you make up your mind now.
Sorry?
Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsuma's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time.
Oof, sorry. I'm choking on nothing, my bad.
Soseki-san will be waiting for us. We'd have to give him an answer.
Let's just finish up this. Yeah?
Oh, what a miserable sight. Oh dear, but at least the whole room wasn't engulfed in flames.
I suppose so. Well, collect your weight up in smoke, you know? All those novels I adored so much.
Well, John, whose fault is that?
Not mine, that's for sure.
Well, whoever may or may not be to blame, why should you buy some new old books to replace them, can't you?
New old books. Bally nonsense.
It does sound like a contradiction in terms, but then these two are full of contradictions. That's coupled for you, Mr. Naruto. Also, I've been led to believe.
Indeed. February, Briar Road.
It's time, Mr. Naruto. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a cat.
Oh.
What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garrideb's house.
I know thee not, old man, fall to thy prayer. Oh, old man, you're wrong looking nimny-pimny. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamt of in your philosophy. I forgot he was in this case. I forgot he was here. Alright. We're just gonna wait for Blues to get back for no discernible reason. More British. Look at the colour of this man's outfit. He be wearing yellow like an absolute chap. Northern. Oh, Niram, I can't do Northern. Niram, don't make me try and do Northern. I can't do it. Shakespeare being hilariously Cockney is an excellent choice. Shakespeare being just the most Cockney would be an excellent choice, and I love it. But I can't actually do Northern particularly well. Oh. Get British or get colonized trying. Look, if there was someone that was definitively Scottish, I could, like, vaguely do that. Well, not really Scottish. I can do, like, kind of, like, Southern Scottish, not even Edinburgh. Like, Borderlands. But I'm trying to not be actually offensive in my nowhere accents. And if I try to do Northern in any particular skill, I would definitely be offensive to all of my Northern friends. It's funny because most of my English friends are Northern. And yet I cannot, right, despite talking with them a whole bunch, I can't actually do that accent. I'll look into it. Well, Wolfie, I can do Irish too. Scottish I find harder than Irish. You almost got a Lancashire accent? Oh Christ. That's a choice. Well, I mean that's not really your choice. But whew, that's some quality Northern.
No, see, Wolfie, I don't find Scottish to be easier than Irish. It always devolves into Irish for me.
Well, vaguely Irish. I won't say actually Irish. Like, vaguely Irish. German Lancashire mix. Just do Danish, they controlled Northumbria for a bit, didn't they? Oh god, this dude! Pain! Why did I return to Shakespeare? Also, I'm stuck with the strange cross between Welsh, English, and a local accent. This is Shakespeare. Who's this ratio fella? What are you on about?
Excuse me.
What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
A lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Right, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. It ain't over yet.
Get thee to a nunnery.
I look like a bloomin' nun to you.
I do hope you're not injured. A fair Easter maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Gedib residence? Oh, fair Easter maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Gerda mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, a more worthy polemicist in my battle of words, ne'er could there be. Sorry? Battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night.
I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentlemen. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well!
Can I do OP? No, I cannot. I might look into doing OP for Great Ace Attorney 2 Case 2? I might look into it. We'll see. Otherwise, I might just give him a very American accent. That would also be funny.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. Sosuke sung about as lodges, the Garrett household is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
For the OP, it's just my grandfather's accent, because the dialects here have hardly changed in 500 years. Yeah, that's fair. New fee would be fairly close.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over.
Hello, Sosuke. How are you doing?
Oh, it's you. You're here. You came.
Locum student Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched.
Well, so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
No, think nothing from it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese.
Oh no, let's not get carried away.
Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is though friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Alright, chat, I need to know, who is more anime? Sasuke Natsume, Herlock Sholmes. See. You know, this deserves a poll. This merits a poll. Such is my belief, at least. Yes, it is you! The miserable rotten spy, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having had some curious reading material in that gloomful room, having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair. I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how the divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. You! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! Yeah. Hair does equal Sir at this time, yes. I thought it I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. Should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits and those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is but damned! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Alright, chat is in almost unanimous agreement. Chat is in almost unanimous agreement. 7 votes to 2, with blues voting twice. That Herlock Sholmes is in fact somehow more anime than Sasuke Natsume. Glorious. I love this game. It is peak weeb shit, and somehow manages to be a good history game at the same time. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? You're referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey. The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me! Summarize this succinctly in 16 salient words! No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Boom. Ryunosuke based. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yes, that is the vampire. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill... What?
Ah, I am impressed, Mrs. Otto. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself? Oh no, he couldn't have, surely.
You have some wonderful notions!
Sorry?
Listen to Van Ziek's leitmotif. Yorb. They busted out their harpsichord to really make this man be as vampiric as possible. The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Yes. Why, of course he is.
Of course he is! Then why are you trying to scare me?
It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zieks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception.
That's good. Sosuke-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy.
As you are not that aware, in a British criminal trial there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defense guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage. Many means at their disposal. Contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, as from time to time, my dear madame, that is simply the reality of the situation. That's alright? However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Oh, by all manners of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage, perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown, perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, perhaps they are attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. A dead Jodo. Done for. Doomed. When you said cursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Gaidab's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. Didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were fallen faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn to dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely. Hadn't been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times. Most recently to the room on Briar Road, a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose that? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops! Quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. He said, "So, if you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place."
Joestar Sasaki, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yes, well said.
But it was true, it was all true.
You mean, the room really is cursed then?
Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really? No one at all? To believe. Yes. To believe.
Mr. Sholmes. Ah, me, Mr. Narhaya, pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Burya, if you recall? The Burya. Ah, that case. The one with the snake? Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate.
I did I? Interesting.
What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see. Yes, you mean... Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found within the victim in a locked room?
Okay, so, the circumstances, Yorm, were described last stream, not this one. So Sosuke Natsume was walking home from buying some secondhand books to add to his collection of far too many secondhand books. I say that with regret, but he's unable to care for them properly, therefore there's too many of them. I have nothing against owning very many books, just please take care of them. While he was walking home, someone in front of him was stabbed. It was a very foggy day, about 5 in the evening. On the basis of 2 witnesses, a police officer and his girlfriend, wife, saying that they saw the moment of the stabbing and someone fleeing the scene, and Mr. Sherlock Holmes' deductions about who that someone was, they arrested Sosuke Natsume as the prime suspect for this stabbing. It has not resulted in murder, she is simply in a coma. Which is definitely a ton better. So, he is the currently prime and honestly only suspect in the trial. So, you know, that.
Well, if you like, yes.
The thing that Sherlock Holmes is referencing is the previous case, or 2 cases previous, sorry, wherein Ryunosuke Naruhodo was the primary suspect in the murder of Kazuma Asagi. That turned out to be involuntary manslaughter. It was complicated. There was no trial on that one.
I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow.
Though, then again, Sherlock Holmes did also accuse us of being a Russian revolutionary named Velik Bolshevik, despite us being Japanese and not having a beard.
It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I never recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust.
In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more.
Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself.
Yes! Yes! He's right! He's right! Welcome to it, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Whether or not I can believe myself.
Kazuma! Can we get a sword boyfriend, some love for sword boyfriend in the chat?
A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client.
And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Sword boyfriend! Sword boyfriend. We love him. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe.
Already?
Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there?
Mr. Natsume.
If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you.
Also a cat gem. Well, this is not the biggest bop of a track. This is a bit of a cat gem of a track. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire.
As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial.
Something crucial?
What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth?
How to believe, even. Well, this is a quick character arc.
But I think I've finally worked it out. I decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruto! And my instincts are telling you that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. It's imperative that we prove that in court.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruto Esquire.
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available for me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow.
By the way, those weapons are up to and including the Katana Karuma, which, as we know, has anime powers to slice someone's top knot from across the room. Just saying. It's a pretty overpowered weapon. The power of anime shall protect us.
So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow.
As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me. In my native tongue.
Of course, Mr. Natsume.
It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruto, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset.
You merely need the events today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely! As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant.
Woohoo! Now, where do you say we meet, the vampire? We've got time.
But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Shones believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Sasuke-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster.
To be continued. February 20th, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
Well, I never expected this. You thought we'd be back here again so soon. We are on a site of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. But, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing.
Life-ending, more like. Yeesh.
In which case, doing it as research may seem a little crass. When you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning!
Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain.
Yes, I've heard that expression.
But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result.
Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
Eden, I think. Near him. Bird waifu? That's an option, Yorm. I was saying Eden, but you know, we can take bird waifu too. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? I seem to feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, welcome to it, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by. It looked like opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea why my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Yorm? Yorm, don't get bonked again.
Neither did I. Do you know where that might be, Mr. Zato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
So that all-knowing face on your all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth with me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it?
Lord Van Zix? Is that right, Mr. Zato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zix is on the front page of every one.
I knew it.
Sometime after the prosecution was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he?
There you go, your first look at Baroque Van Zix.
The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zix returned to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder?
What a motherfucker. You're right. The man who has the balls to bring a small sword and a bottle of fucking wine into the court.
That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers.
Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us.
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you!
Me? Well, I suppose that's true.
Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper!
Please, I don't rub shoulders with Death Ringers. I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. There can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that. He doesn't fear the Reaper. Zeus is looking for a Belmont. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be presented with such a man with such frail fortune? We're the least lucky lawyer alive. Hey, I haven't lost the case yet.
Well, let's not forget, that was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you.
Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience, or skills, or luck.
But I promise you this, I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume.
We have a perfect record in court, so don't give us this shit. Oh, benevolent locums dear Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
Oh, benevolent non-local assistant Miss Fakotova, Esquire-S. I am in your debt! Forever. I shall never forget this as long as I live. Mr. Natsuma, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make it your way into the courtroom at once. I stated with a perfect record against the most esteemed prosecutor in Britain.
Alright then, Mr. Natsuma, it's time. Let's go.
Yes! This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. At which point, it's probably wise for us to take a look at these. You know, important.
These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they?
Yes, that's right.
The scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. They are warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind.
But if they're the mark of the defense,
It would be more suspicious if they're weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think.
very impartial, I'm sure. Kazuma Asogi. Now, perfect record with one of his cases being his own defense. Don't mention it. Don't mention that. So here is Natsuma's house. Here is the murder scene. Neat. And customer, Mr. Natsuma. Sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gobero, and Canterbury yearnings. British pyromancy.
My second appearance in the British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last, just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight.
Alright, Kazuma. Let's go! 20th February, 10 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. In the Denver Majesty, the Queen of this court is out of session. I now call on the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord.
The Shaman kicks up 4 strikes of bull. Kabuki theater, yo! The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Sorry, what?
Those strongholds has told me all about you.
That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago.
A mere amateur. What is a lawyer? A miserable pile of evidence. But enough talk! Objection!
Do you have a point?
Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Suzato-san!
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Aw, Ryunosuke looks so nervous. Very true. And the most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. Yorm? Can you say that? Probably not. Is anyone going to stop this man? Nah. Fred Zeeks is a miracle. I love him so much. Thank you, counsel. I think both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Hey, isn't he familiar? Isn't he familiar? Shouldn't he still be under investigation? Hey, wait. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Ah, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that the mustache foreigner did. This jury selection process sucks. They truly just find whomever. Come on, what are we waiting for? Not idea, anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Literally, over half of this jury should not be on the jury right now. But we're here anyway, so let's have fun with it. Even in the 1800s, this would not fly. Oh, they truly just picked whomstever. Whoever controlled Ryunosuke hardest was selected to be on the jury. And just next case, the jury is going to be hysterical. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime. I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at the sallow complexion of Sora Thatcher. Why, he's one of those dreadful Japanese... He threw his wine. He will do this so much, Yorm. He has an entire case of custom-created chalices that he ordered specifically because Ryunosuke makes him destroy wine glasses so often. He has no chill. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Eh? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. He is dedicated to the aesthetic. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Well, hello, Gregson. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes, after being stabbed in the back by an attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So I don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose. I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. So, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement, running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. And not long since stopped, knowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. I mean, probably not, but yeah. I don't know, I don't want to test Victorian medicine. Even late Victorian medicine. Not sure I want to test it. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, but she's really been treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence if you please. What of the weapon that was used? So, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab a poor woman. Even the scraggy-looking Sasaki-san, I suppose. Common garden jackknife, I would say. Rather, not that voice. A common garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. The jackknife has been entered into the court record. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Yeah! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Into the gallery. This man does not give a fuck. He just yeeted wine bottles. He has whole barrels of wine in his office, ordered specifically because Ryanosuke simply forces him to yeet bottles with such alarming frequency. As I said, 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. There had been a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and I found the bloke to arrest him. Oh, books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Ah yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You Nipponese are a spineless breed. Too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Seeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What? Yes, Zero with a party of 7. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everyone. Oh, hi. Good to see you all. Welcome. If you don't know, I'm actually a trained historian, so we're like playing. Hello, Gravy Boat. Gravy Boaty McBoatface. What an incredible name. Anyway, I'm Adam. Welcome, everyone. I am a trained historian, and so we're actually playing this game with an eye to the history in it, because there's actually a fuck ton of history in it. So, in previous streams, we've talked about Barak Van Zieks as a vampire, and just how fucking excellent he is. And all that jazz. And 2 more gifted subs from this dude to Roman Constable and Wakasa Wakasa. If you enjoy your emotes, and know that you get access to 19 emotes. 5 if you follow, and another 14 at a tier 1 subscription to the channel. All taken from actual medieval and modern art. So someone actually drew all of these in a manuscript, in a bound volume, somewhere. And we have taken it for your reaction pleasure. Anyway. This game is excellent. What are you doing, Mr. Zato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along the cursed pavement, I could barely make out the soul silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, just as I went to overtake her. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. You love how Van Zeeks loves spamming his aesthetic? He's racist, but you love the aesthetic. I'm happy to inform you, he gets slightly better. I was terrified, I had to get away from there, so I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Ugh. Green overcoat? Oh, that's exactly what the one in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Hey, actually a thing. Photographic prints, prior to this time, through the from like the 1820s into the 1870s or so, come in basically 3 types. The 2 more important ones are the daguerreotype and the ambrotype. The ambrotype is super cool because it's backed with copper, and that means they're distinctively, cheeks especially, get this lovely reddish blush on them. So if you see pictures where it looks like everyone's blushing, that's probably an ambrotype. That's the paper substrate and the emulsion layer fading, and the copper backing fading through it. But this is right around the time in which we can start getting color prints. Still probably mostly based in silver nitrate, and platinum prints are also relatively popular, which are really this like pure gray. But you do occasionally get color prints being done. So, huzzah. Historically plausible photographic prints. You'll love to see it. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the 2 of them. The victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. We have to use this cross-examining to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. This is the first one of the case, Ryunosuke. This is literally the first one of the case. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What evidence do we actually have? Rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. 5 Briar Road, East Side, reporting officer, Rowley Beat. The victim remains unconscious, her name was gleaned from her personal effects, other details unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was subsequently arrested the following day. Whee! She do have a knife in her back. Let's take a look at this. There's a distressingly low amount of blood on this knife. The knife in the previous case had a distressingly large amount of blood on it. This knife has a distressingly low amount of blood on it. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Zato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. I had a That is about it, isn't it? There's truly nothing identifying this knife as significant in any way, shape, or form. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. Even though the drawing is a bit sus, they are supposed to be the same knife. Just no. Can you check if I have any payment methods disabled? I didn't change anything from previous streams, so I shouldn't. Don't even know how I do that. Yeah, I don't have anything that would disable that. So, I think that's a your end, Wolfie. I'm sorry about that. A couple streams ago, Twitch was giving me an error on not letting you donate. I would recommend closing out and then just reloading real quick, see if that fixes it. But yeah, it's not on my end. Anyway, on usually light fog, let's just press everything because that's usually what this game wants you to do. So a few small comments that are clearly their opinion. The inspector has done a good job getting the facts Scotland Yard has and what the evidence tells us, which is what you are meant to do if you're giving evidence for the court. So far, Tobias Gregson, good job. Light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. It's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something we expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something most Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. I understand you the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Yeah. Suzuki-san should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. This is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah, yes. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. We must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call into the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas street lights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Hold it!
Stab from behind. From behind, you say? That's right, as you see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. You say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. They didn't see any either, but shush. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial starts so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your versatility is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings, I think you'll find all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yeah, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. The second-hand books, they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. Pain. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a little knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard to accept that Mr. Natsume has hands full with the books. That closed the one avenue escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the accused was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. Is it? Oh god. Is it still listed as being Assassin's Creed? Damn it, I thought I fixed that. Oh, damn it, I swear I did fix that. Streamlabs bugged. It's correct now. Don't mind me. Pain. Thank you for the notification, Tom. Appreciate it. I did upgrade. I did fix that, I promise. Fucking Streamlabs gave me an error when I first tried to go live today, and it must have undone it. I commend the accused on the lovely subject matter of his scholarly attention. That bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused belongs to this place here, Bourbon Books. Another place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work out the route it would have taken him. Something like this. The local map's information has been updated in the court record. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The vet will certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. Inspector Grayson, may I ask you a favor? What? Will you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic?
Objection!
He was definitively not on his way home from Bourbon Books. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. You found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookstore called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Ah! What? Inspector, did you know of this other bookstore? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But the fact that it is the bookshop at which the defendant visited on the day in question, and this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll look at this, please. If the defendant had been returned from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that it was actually another bookstop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare... Oh, sorry. But I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. She's Southern, right? She's Southern US. Not English. I do declare. Absolutely, you could absolutely be right. I do declare. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out Your Books is just down the corner of Mearsham Street going east. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Ow. My learned Japanese friend is obviously trained to be a clown, though he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Ugh. You put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you! I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused will come out from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt we still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yeah, thank you, Inspector. Yeah. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't expect you to try. Whereas I have had enough of this now. Beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Miss Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecutor's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from Your Books, but the assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. Returning from Your Books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. Ah. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, let's ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right, others that. The bug seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he don't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest I do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Right, what say you insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, that still doesn't mean... Ow. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly and in every way. Well, this, I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court with the power of British pyromancy.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
God, that accent is so wrong. Wolfie with 10 tier 1 gift subs. What? Am I mad? Guilty. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. No, KJ, this is an Ace Attorney game. This is an Ace Attorney game. If we do not prove who actually did it, and how, and why, we have failed. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Okay, you can't just do that. You have to wait until all the evidence is given. Well, sure, but how else are we supposed to have, how else are we supposed to have nonsense puzzles, wherein we yell at 6 people at the same time, and have a walking animation? To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. By the way, Queen means Queen Victoria, which means we are before the ascension of King Edward to the throne, which means we are pre-1903? I think it's 1903 that he takes the throne. Just to find the ongoing tally of when the hell is this game? Somewhere in the period between 1895 and 1905. But yeah. It's basically, you could say anywhere from 1894 to 1903, and I wouldn't really disagree with you. Mr. Naruhodo? No. Not yet. This isn't over yet. I'm going to yawn very loudly. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the council of scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense run to antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. 1901 is when Edward took the throne? Okay, thank you. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nepentese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. The juror's contentions. You may say that little Nepentese already admitted himself, didn't he? Said that woman in green collapsed before his eyes, but I could only have been the victim.
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on the way back from his bookshop, not a winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shot, lad. But burn books? No, not worth a visit. With only minor exceptions, the reason for finding the defendants guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself, as admitted to seeing the victim in a green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Ugh, why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible! How could I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If you want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their mind. Well, 4 of them at least. You're off the floor, Counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Whack. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you...
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or this side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. Hey, he's from Australia. I can actually just give him an Aussie accent. I won't, because I can't do an Aussie accent, but I could give him an Aussie accent, in theory. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. I was all going swimmingly until he started frolicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Should have guessed from his name being Bruce, honestly.
Sorry?
Nothing I forgot. How you treated me the other day. You and me and that young guy are pegged as criminals.
Well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's also rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop.
If I could turn back the clock.
Well, anyway, I don't know about that either, but at least I'm in the clear for now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Thank goodness. Maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
The Aussie Gold Rush was 1851 to 1914. Thank you, AC, for that help. So, entirely plausible that he went down, his particular stake ran out, and he came back to England to be a banker. Entirely within the realms of plausibility for the period. Another bit of a nice little tiny reference to things that actually happened. You two are sauce. You and the next guy are sauce.
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Bugs you wouldn't understand, but laborer like me can't afford to take time off. Cause labor laws don't exist. I don't work, I don't eat. And I do the wife and kids.
I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what he's doing. There's a union, but they suck. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. There's already there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and centre. Not too cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard luck from dawn till dusk, it is.
So you are digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. An old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence?
That's right. Meerschaum Street it was.
Meerschaum Street? Well, I'm not heard of. There are only 3 named streets.
Street number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's wrong with that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir. It's important.
Fine. I'll do it then.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another.
At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Ah! Well, I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3? Miss, what do you mean? Juror number 5 was just now extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map in the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. We know that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. Well, what do you think, sir?
Well, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? I must have a good 2 yards more of the pavement up. Average gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So the only conclusion is this. The man must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings.
Yeah, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes!
My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I mean, I don't think in all good conscience I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see the trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. But British pyromancy continues apace. What about you, sir? Me? Well, alright then. There's all in prosecutor's argument should be filled in. That's what I say.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto, that was wonderful. We managed to change a couple of minds at least. It straightened our position somewhat. Yes, it'll prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue.
My discrepancy though is to start dying Mr. Natsume.
We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal.
Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Sorry, hold it, you say? Hold what?
No, what I said was, hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books that I have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day. Including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon. It was been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily tea routine, you see. Same thing every day. Including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. Not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live in Cornpipe. You see? I think down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry. Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
You've changed 2 of the message.
Yes. Well, that's self-suffice for now.
Objection!
Blues, the jury in this game is a train wreck start to finish. Absolute travesty of a jury system.
Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2. What about juror number 6? Whatever do you mean, sir?
Russell, I think perhaps the element ain't here.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt in the defense room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be so sure of that, madame? Why? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Why? My goodness, you mean? That's right, I'm referring, of course, to the hard-of-hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in green overcoat for whom the defense saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Oh, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, can you pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who was Mr. Optimus saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. You idiot, old man. If that means I'm daft to be wrong about that, we've bossed it off hours ago. Really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Or is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. I would too. What? Is it crunching in your mind, is it? Well?
Pyromancy. So the trial is just going to continue by the power of stuff. Well, we have more witnesses. We have more direct witnesses. Also, our logic is not strong. Well, last mission examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. We no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Yeet! Come on. 3, 2, 1. Smoosh. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection? Yes! Only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zieks, it seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Huh? Whatever do you mean? No, he's asking everyone else to pray near him. You all must pray, because he is going to continue the discourtesies forever. Half of Van Ziek's salary goes to new glasses and wine. The man is old money. The man is really old money. He has plenty set aside for obscene amounts of drink. Dracula does quote the Bible at the end of Symphony of the Night. You're not wrong. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart, juror number 5, was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe he said it was a good 2 yards of pavement which he had excavated, sir. That's right. Told me the old gentleman paid me a measly 2p for it. Now, my learned Japanese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I haven't a clue, no? 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance rarely vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Is Sosuke Natsume a moderate figure? Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Ah, me? Well, I can't say you're wrong now. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Ah, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No courage is the hope of passing anyway. I was just doing gentlefolk back when they come. He's just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he can spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings about town. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down by a route. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man, cold man, you can talk! You say that around 5 o'clock in the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I'll lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order! More than Zeeks! Explain yourself! My lord? There's such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world do you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I want him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I fear. Ha! So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the sea incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who then Zeke brings to the stand as his witnesses, no matter what they may say, I believe in Sosuke-san. I know he's innocent. I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Constable Rodney Reed, sir. Y'all had your report on the street, sir.
Mrs. B, Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Was being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Really? I'm sure I've had that before, actually. Indeed, apart from Meredith off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound like much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. Labor laws. Who needs them? I guess. Yeah, I think in London it's true. In the US it's not true. They have separate jobs for both of those. But I was looking into that, and it does seem like, at least for a little while, in London, being street lamp lighters and knocker-uppers were at least some of the time done by policemen. So, I did look into that from last time. It's neat. Or the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rowley?
Constable Rowley Beat, sir. Nothing reported on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir.
It was a wedding anniversary, and Rowley was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dark, but Rory and I both saw him as clear as day.
Wow, this is... Rory's making me sleepy. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. Their testimony is true. The alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's definitely, in fact. Perhaps the alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate perchancing, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know. We still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of the London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes, so you may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My only friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Sosuke Natsume. One of those witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Except that man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
The goal is to get to the end of this day's trial. Because of course there's more chunks. Yay.
It was a wedding anniversary, blah blah blah. Press everything.
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you?
I think Rowley looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Sees you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Oh, well, I was just finishing my beat. But and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rowley, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You're going for a meal after you have finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir, yes. Although it was fit to drop, to be honest, I've spent the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm proud of this, I'll serve my queen and I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. As the noble founding principles of the force written on it, I was reminded to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and the poor peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Long as that plug on me boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. This week puts up a law being married to a Bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rowley.
Oh god, they sicken me.
Oh, what a charming couple! Their young love is such a joy to behold.
Susato! Susato. Stop reading fanfic as your only reading. Unlike shown stories and fanfic. Chin straps, Yorm. Patrol a beat. You are correct, AC. Patrolly. Patrolly. Patrol the beat. For some reason, your chin straps don't go underneath the chin, but rather they go right under the lips so that you end up eating it. If a little over the top. And then, finally describe what happened yet.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. It does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there were streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. The Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. Didn't see any other pedestrian. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Pete. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a cop who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. She absolutely knew the scarves herself. I'm sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They sicken me. Briar Road. At least on this block it's pretty damn straight. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. So I see like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident just now. Well, in the crucial moments that followed. Sorry. Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time, but when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir. Go over and drop a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. Hey look, Blues. Ryunosuke has actually a good objection. Speculation from the witness. But we saw him. It was the man in the dark without question, sir. The mustache, the back, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless one with those terrifying intense eyes. So he threw his books on the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, that's right. As Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point, but I've always never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. B. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I said Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. But forgive my ignorance, but what exactly do you mean by the right police box? Depends on crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Why the one was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to wait the police box for the beat, and it fell under so she could go and report. Yeah. I ran as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we?
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Your eyes are enormous. I believe you. Right. The light from the tree lamps was more than enough, and my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes. And what of the fog? Warfare is spread across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Nowadays it is. What is thinking? I can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? Because the fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's all we can tell for sure, and certain that was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Yeah, it was the accused, and no mistake. Mustache, the hunchback, cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the stub nose. Unmistakable, sir! As far as the couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it then? That's the entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So, if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! Then what can we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think you'll try and find a contradiction somewhere else within the testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? The statement about saying Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question would help. But if you could identify some other part of the testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them. Like the journey down to the pair's memory of the day is inaccurate. Oh. Right. But we must focus on finding discrepancy in the statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Melissa, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking all these questions about everything we told you, so... Seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that it, right? Is it? Well, out with it! Well, no, it's really not that at all. I was a policeman, remember, and I know what I saw. For every last detail. Everything. Oh, I know. Where are the books the man dropped? I told you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. Please do. You dare to question how reliable my testimony is. Please tell it. No, it won't do at all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rowley will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. But perhaps you'd like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Isn't it, darling? Oh, please tell us. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rowley. And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow. He needs a well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Miss B, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, will you be so kind as to recount the tales of the books you observed at the scene? Are you happy to now? Are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's the earnings? And there was a meal for someone. And the last one was definitely the Thingummy something. You see?
Yes, I see the one or two holes in your memory.
Well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene of house along those lines, as you put it.
Oh, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been applying by the way testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
I always ask that my prediction wanted me to answer to. Please put the pistol down, sir. Sir? Sir, you are not awake. Put... Thank you. Terrifying. Yes, she really is.
Objection.
There were only 3 books bought by accused.
So, you're saying there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. That picture mentions somebody, what's its earnings, a meal for someone, and the thing got me something. I'm sorry, Miss Beat, but there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsuma's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3, but no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them! No, madame, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon.
Ah.
So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no!
Aww. I feel a little bit bad. It's plainly evident that it's your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What can't be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. In fact, you know very well you have no hope of disproving. I'm not trying to disprove that he ran away from the scene, I'm trying to disprove that he'd stabbed the person before running away. So he's driven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh. He sees right through me. Your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony. In every respect. Oh, you see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Prior Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. Then Zeeks, give us all of the evidence first. That print, you mean to say? Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Hey, child. You recognize the name of that book? Hola! Hola! Hey, you see, look at that! Look! Yes. And it's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's his yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaboreau, in fact. The name of the book is The Lion's Pride. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. You hear that, Rowley? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but that does not seem odd. Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here, as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. So, haven't we heard the name of that book before? The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. Let me see, it's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute, The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard a book by that name before, and very recently too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, look at this, the book has been badly burned. You're right, you'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? I wonder what fire this might have been involved in. You seem surprised, my learned friend, but your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining? Yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked straight into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. Already did. Already done. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? He did just go resistance is futile. Yes, you are correct. This man has the references. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard, blah blah blah, Benzeeks. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back the wrong way now, it could very well just make matters worse. We always raise objection. I'm not done yet! No, my learned friend. It's over. Last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense. And you failed. The die has been cast. There's no room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Benzeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed, for a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh! I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruto. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, something which no one seems to be upholding. So, the court will hear you, madame. Based judge. Go ahead, Mr. Zato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. You believe this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? You are correct. Learned in this case is absolutely him being a jerk. Mr. Naruto, what do you think? It's possible this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why, so we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mr. Zato. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into the case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
The fourth book. The evidence in question is... What? No. Okay, the fourth book. Found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the significance, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution in this matter. When I afford this opportunity, you will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruto. The prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right.
Got it!
The flame. I'd ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious, it's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to this case, there is nothing to discuss. Should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book contain? A charred book. There's just one possibility here which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's not a chance really, but it's worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage the story tome has suffered? Clearly it has been burned by God's British pyromancy. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. That accent was narrow, about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable desire. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. Still, the court, who would you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
Well, technically Joan Garrett. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. So, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. The landlords? I love his shocked faces. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today, is none other than Mrs. Garrett herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, mister. I'm not Mr. Garrett's wife, I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop that pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection.
This is outlandish behavior. The woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was standing on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Right there it was. I'm in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread. Of course, the bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. Look at it. Look at this. Such an excellent pose. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me. This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so hard to the one you love. Can you really? Absolutely not, sir. My petition would never raise a finger against me, sir. Yike. I own my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got all of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. And I started hurling things at me. That was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There was no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no signs of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time in, not even remotely. Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Well, the defense postulates the scenario in all seriousness, counsel. Do you honestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Unless if there is a fire. That's quite enough. Oh, it's you. Well, I hope now everyone can see you for what you are, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Coming about little taps set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. I'm not merely posing at me for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All I've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese family's fancy foreign theories? Well, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache. And he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? Defense asserts that the juror is not only biased, but also a witness. What is your position, Lord Benzeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel they have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No! Wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Well, no, forgive the discourtesy this time. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Guilty.
It's Barack Van Zieks. His foot just does that sometimes. He needs one hand to gesticulate, and a second hand to hold wine, and therefore he uses his foot to put us in our rightful place. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's nice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has a right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the judge to change their mind. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. And on that, we will call it a night, because I have other things I must do very soon. I am out of time, regrettably. So, we shall, I guess, hit you with the save file right there. So, have a good evening, sir. This was fun. This is always fun. Great Ace Attorney is great. I love this game so much. Anyway, thanks as always to our patrons over here. Over here, I Can Directions Good, for their support. Next stream is going to be on Thursday, not Friday. Thursday, not Friday. 4 p.m. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. You know, back to the content mills. So, unfortunately, work scheduled me for evening work on Fridays for my day job. So, you know, we have to reschedule some things. So, we're doing it a day earlier. All that jazz. If you missed any of the stream, you can, of course, see it here on Twitch or on YouTube. If you're watching the VOD, hello, we appreciate you. Do come and join us live sometime. It is more fun that way, and you get to make fun of me. Live and in person. It's a great time. Anyway, we should be coming up on Elden Ring very, very soon, so get hype and do start spreading the word for that. And yeah, if you haven't, do make sure you're followed and consider subscribing to the channel to help support it. You know, I'm trying to go to Europe this summer, so your support is super appreciated to make sure that can happen. It is for, like, research purposes, so, like, it is genuinely super appreciated and super important. And, you know, who knows? We may try to organize a meetup in Europe at some point. Just a thought. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, Wolfie, I don't know yet. I have not figured that itinerary that far in advance. Definite maybe. If I am going, you'll be the first to know. Anyway, I will catch you all in the next stream. Until then, I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Alright? Ciao.